Okay, I think the stream started up. I'll go over here to cam only for a second. And let's change the picture. It's my hometown. In the background, I'm going to be doing a quick render pass while I eat. And it's a very quick render pass. I only want to check that the audio is not falling out of sync too much between any of these three sources, which I'm currently working on. So I'm going to pick just pretty much a arbitrary area. Hi, by the way, my name is jamespfp. This is my stream. Hello, YouTube. I'm working on a video project which I started only like what 10 days ago, maybe, inside of, and I plan to get it put to bed pretty darn soon to this. The video editing component is quite near done in terms of making sure all the sources and things are going to line up well, and there'll be a frame for frame correspondence. So while I check the render that I just made, or the render I'm planning to do, while I check this synchronization, I'll render it and we'll talk. Turn that up to 80. Turn that one down to 70. Turn that one up to 410. And save. Okay. I'll go over here, you can see what I'm doing. Oh, and look, the chat is still loaded from earlier. Let me fix that. Anyone now joining? There's a nice clean chat board to look at. I guess there must be commands for me to like clear it and stuff, like an operator. I guess I can act the operator. And of course Blender isn't registered right now for whatever reason. Maybe where I minimized it. And is that one? Oh, I'd be darned if it's not either. I haven't got a VLC open. Okay. So I'm going to pick a space here I can see where the APC horn starts. This is really the area I want to make sure is synchronized one to the other. So I'll put a temporary start point here. I'll figure the second start or end point right about there. I'm going to give this a name that's going to be easy to remember or identify in my render pipe. That's what I call the render pipe, the file directory. And this is a sync test. It'll be right at the top of the window, like at the top of the folder. I'll hit animate. I could have actually done that at less than full resolution. It'd be faster. But I want to eat anyhow. So there it is, my hometown. Not the only thing I've thought about displaying here on YouTube. Not where I'm currently resident. They do have Wi-Fi. If you look at the hill right in the middle of the picture there, which has the very nice reflection underneath the white building at the base, on top of there's a radio tower, microwave link up, and via there we get high speed, or at least there's a form of high speed available where I come from now. If you were to look at this picture between the original that I snapped and this one, I wouldn't call that one heavily photoshopped, but it has been, retouched to bring out the details and stuff. Pop the colors. The first thing I did to do that was to multiply the data from, like, I brought the image into the editor software. It's got a layer. It's on its own layer, this image. I duplicate the layer and then set the duplicate layer to multiply. And sometimes this is the result. If it's too dark, you multiply it by a fraction. And if you do a levels pass, you have the option on what layer to do that on. I'm watching the render as it happens in the background. I wonder what web plays through here, seeing. Alright. Let's look at another one. Taking at night, very little retouching required. Why? Because I had a long exposure time. All the lights in front of the camera. So I was lucky to get the highlights that I did after, say, here. I forgot I had a mouse over set up for this. Nice. Good. So good. I could have pointed last time. Also has been retouched. If I was to pop this one into an image, like editing software, could be GIMP, could be Photoshop, whatever. What we see in this one is that the areas which are white at the top of the image, that the paintwork up under the camera doesn't lie there. I'll turn off the text for a second. The derrick, which is really, really, really white up on top, just above the mouse. You'd find that that's in the levels dialog. That's a peak that goes right to the top of the graph. It's been cut to there. And then I changed what the mixture of the gamma was in between on the levels to get the right lighting for the rest of the image. Here's the sun. I can't remember where the sun was when I took this. I imagine there's still time on the image. And this one has been compressed too. It's not the full size image that I once had. Oh, nice. Interesting. Can't remember how long the exposure was, but it was pretty long. All the same, full moon's pretty bright, so you don't need a very long exposure. I'm shooting first thing in the morning. Looking east. Pretty cool to catch the car on the road there. I guess there's two of them there, yeah? I think the chug-a-lug is almost done over here. Doing a little bit of music there earlier. Had a request for some Irish stuff. Always on top. No more. Okay. I've got a thing to test. Oh, I got something to check out, I mean. So, under render, sync test. I'll restart that. Oh man, oh man. This one. Because it's at full size.
Clear the street, get ambulances in. Did y'all get caught? It's great to be in the air. Back up. Yeah, dude. Like you have a silver Mustang or something? No, running behind the car. Those kids are up off the hall. Everything was running behind the car. Great.
That was a low part.
Holy shit, please share the broadcast on Twitter and Facebook.
Everybody on the fucking car when it came by.
It was like a brake car shooting out of windows, came slamming into people. I see, are you okay? I'm okay because I saw one guy with his leg busted open and he was like...
Several people have been seriously injured in a large car wreck. Police are coming! Perhaps like a stroke or a seizure. They're performing.
Cop moving the kid over is pretty funny. Come on, go now! Don't wait around, kid. So now that that's done and verified. One. Ford's still the longest clip so far. Page down to get to the last frame of whatever. Or the next frame beginning is another way of looking at that. So if I go back one frame, I'm actually close to the time that I really want. If I turn Ford on, we can see that the video data ends at the same moment in time that the audio does. And the one next to it is a black frame, right? So I'm going to snap this one, just this end, to here. That looks right. Page up to get there again. This is the last frame. Control C. Oh, sorry. Undo. Control Z. Control C. Control V. So now we're looking at correct length. Wait for that to load in queue. Save. Next. Goldie. Or boot depository. We got 16 minutes here. Which ain't a long time. Good question. The only theory I'm operating under is that the video records I'm working with here are accurate in their timing. There's no obvious edits that have been removed. So if the timing of everything which is suggested by the video evidence here, it's at least clear to me that the Challenger was on the street longer than some people wanted to believe that to be. Similarly, I think it's clear that the red minivan was at the bottom of the street because it was an improvised roadblock, not because the rally stopped it from being able to move. It's the other way around. So you want to call those theories? I don't think those are theories. I mean, my theory, well, you could call it a theory that it was an improvised roadblock. I don't think anyone's really going to disagree with that theory if you ask people that were there. What was the reason for the minivan to be at the bottom of the road? Like at the intersection of Water and 4th. East 4th. Does that answer your question, King B? Because I think it's pretty straightforward, eh? Otherwise, some of the individuals that are there on the scene appear to me to be suspiciously well prepared. What do I mean by suspiciously well? Is that the What do I mean by suspiciously well prepared? Right place, right time. All the fact that people were ready to yell medic and expect a medic to like show up Johnny on the spot. I know that organization efforts for rallies like this include people that think about having first aid on site. I'm not disputing that. But there did seem to be a lot of people that were standing around waiting for something to happen right there. I was looking at Google Maps. I should probably do that right now while I'm finishing up eating. Pop and let's just broadcast that through here, but I was looking at Google Maps at the scene, and I went over one street towards 3rd East, and the day that Google Maps went through there, or the Google photo team, there was a roadblock on the part of 3rd East going from Main to Market. And it's a car pulled across the intersection. It's like a police van or truck or city worker truck or something. That would have made more sense for a roadblock at the top of the road where it's a one-way street. The idea is to stop traffic. They should have stopped at the top of the road, not at the bottom. The idea is to hold up a crowd and keep them pinned at the bottom of the hill. That's the place to put the block. So the minivan ends up being like a bottleneck. A plug in a bottleneck. They all got to go around it. All right. Not quite done. But enough for me to get to the next bit. Rebel Z, GK, FFL, Faith Goldie. And I know the timing on these because like they start delivering pieces to camera approximately same moments in time. Ford approached the van. There was a guy with a Salt Spa shirt on, which was just happened to be where the State Patrol riot vehicle was parked. Yeah. That's what that APC is? That's the State Patrol? Riot portion? I got to save this one and go and refer to my previous one to get a better idea where to start. And I got to change to the big one. The one that gets it all. I'm imagining this is going to cause a crash if I'm not too careful. So there's two more clips for me to get in to go here. One of them is, I'm all under Alt Cut the folder right now, but the other one is down in here. There's Book Depository. I think I got that one in 30. And the other is Gilmore. Latest guy from yesterday featuring the shirtless guy posted. No, I have not. Manfred. Hey, Manfred. By the way, welcome. Give me an idea where to look and I'll have a look later. It's on Si's stream, is it? Or Si's channel? Or it was the guy that was on the video posted there? E. At the point where the van hits the people. Where the van hits people. Okay, yes. His channel, but it's Shirtless Guy Stream. Cool. I think I did see the video that they posted yesterday. I've got a copy of it here too now. Yeah. I'm looking real careful here at how I did this. But one thing I did do was to make it timed it all to, this is all timed to Grassy Knoll rather than Ford at the beginning. But I'd rather look at the very beginning of Ford too, so I get to re-establish where all the time codes are between the two clips. And since these are in 29.97, I have to be careful. want to see this part though. This is the, that's forward and overview. There's Faith. Right. There's the moment that I started the four-way one. There's basically the key was back here somewhere. Grassy knolls at the tree. $140. Wait, no, that's 30. Let me see if I can't do this right. 2933 to whatever the BLM chant is. I'm really more interested in here. To 810. 3726 208 10 137 26. It's 14 30 1 minute 30 14. Under concordance. So what we have here, this bottom one's Rebel Z, this is Grassy Knoll. Not synchronized, well, not the same way that I had to, Manfred. I'm putting together 30 frames per second clips of all cases so that there's a frame for frame correspondence in the number of frames of video data. Some of them will be duplicate frames because up till now I've been looking at 29.97 or the footage I got is. Not many. This gets the audio channels all agreeing on when timing is. Forward's at the bottom. I've got all the clips done. I'm just layering them now in a, like in a project where I can kind of hope for it won't crash if I try to play them all at once. I'll overlay the yellow data and stuff. I'll show you I did that first time, and then it's pretty much done, the long cut. I'm also thinking about dropping in places, like I could put drone footage in the beginning here. I know when there's a drone covering when the red van is, there's a drone covering when the red van pulls up, but it has to be around about here. Before Ford comes level to the trolley bus. Like that's a known point in time, so right here essentially. Since the intersection that the van is waiting at is back here, the van is pretty much pulling up there right now. Maybe a little bit before this, but not much. If we look carefully, we might even see it. Although she's back from the corner too, isn't she? So the synchronization is only for the sake of having everything in 30 frames a second. Once that's done, I'll release the 16-minute cut, which shows everything. And there's been some suggestions as to how else to arrange the data, like maybe change the inserts in the way they are, or have a bigger one playing underneath and then have inserts on top of it so that there's not so much stuff like transparently ignorable. But the audio sync is coming in really nicely. There's places where you can hear like echoes and things. If I may, I'll show you what I mean. This is an example from I rendered earlier. This is Ford on the outside and Rebel on the inside. So places where the sink is, actually really evident are late in
Possible. Somebody could have died from this. And then the car
Just listen real careful to this, because I've taken the time to make the sink good. Listen to
reversed
this.
and spit out here. Completely turned windows. You cannot see who's in it.
You can hear a bit of the echo from the two different points of view, but it seems to be in sync with me properly. Now listen carefully.
The cops just now getting here. Where the fuck were you? We got it on camera.
Right there.
It was like a gray Mustang, possibly all tinted out windows. Holy shit.
He projected his voice for "we got it on camera." That's what it was. So anyhow, that makes the sync really good. And then Rebel's the closest to the cop horn to the APC. So that's the reason why I'm going through this synchronization now. But it's pretty nearly done. The driver would choose the position she took. Yes, that's true. Behind the car or the van itself. Like, you couldn't get up on top of it, I guess. I haven't made my mind up either. You think she's taking video or trying to take still shots? So Faith Goldie at a minute or something after his clip begins. He's set to under. Whatever that frame is. Now I need to figure a minute. Where's my calculator? Calculator's a good thing. 60 times 30. Yeah. I'm 14. 2714. Plus 2714. Grassy knoll. Be visible. I'm guessing this is where Faith starts. I got to double check the sync now. Faith goes a little bit longer than I want to go. So there is room to move it around one way or the other. And Faith has a waveform. I want to make sure now that the frames do correspond, video and audio. They do. Faith's another one of these image offset lovelies. You can set her to be alpha over. Or over drop even. And then she'll be here. I'll do like I did with Rebel. Image offset, say 680 was it? 30 off the bottom. Oh, Control Z. Put that in the right box, that'll help. I'd say she was holding the phone up pretty high, like to get up over the van, true, but she's still only short. And yeah, if she was holding it up high, she could have been going for a selfie too with the crowd around her, I guess, but it looked more like she was trying to get up over the van in Rebel's video. Like she was trying to see up over it. Speak of the devil. This is where the red bar has to go. Looks to me like I got that off. Faith is in the wrong position. She's off maybe by 30 seconds. Where I got it locked, I can't toggle it on and off too easily. I want to toggle it, so I'm going to Control Shift, Alt Shift, God only knows. I don't think Gilmore's audio was altered, no. We can have a look at it in Audacity too, and you'll see why I think what I do. And we're talking about it like a period of time is pretty friggin' short. It's a really, really short window that they can add or take anything away from if you were editing it. I think he's accelerating through a relatively flat area. And some of the rattle is motion induced in the car through what he already did. Might also be people were throwing or hitting stuff off of him even before Gilmore picked up, right? Even before Gilmore starts. Speaking of, since I know where the time is, the 4 thumps at the very beginning of Gilmore, because I've listened to it a few times. There's like a crunch, there's a scream, there's a few screams and stuff. I'm gonna pull it in here now. Gilmore's video and Fisher's video are offset from this point by maybe 1, 2, 3, not even that many. Not even this many. And the reason I know is the photo finish is here. So I'm supposing that that's the white line on for the tires. Are you about there? Would you agree with me on that? Like it has to be that he's crossing his tires on the white line like this on the other side. And if that is the case, I need to move this over this number of frames here. So this coincides with that. Yeah, the front tire is on the line right here. Because that can be seen from Ford's point of view. That's the sync moment. That's what I'm using to determine the rest. At least in terms of how him and Ford fit together. Like whatever noise he hears in whatever time. Yeah, I bet. There's at least a 13-second delay between the time I record and the time it comes out. It has to be there. I'm going to put a mark right here for temporary purposes just to see what the number is. If I go to the next marker, so I'm within 13 of it. And now since Gilmore's audio has the crash on it, hide, 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 hide. Actually, I need to unhide Faith. This is Faith's audio. Unhide that one. That's the photo finish moment, or that's what I got it called. This one I can delete. So this is the moment where Ford's hearing it.
Space, okay. Okay, someone some cars just ran over a whole bunch of protesters. A lot of people got hit. A lot of people got.
So Faith is out of sync badly, right? It's after that. So I think the accident occurs like right about here for Faith. Back here.
Holy shit! It's a full-on demonstration!
Right. Put another mark down. Just for temporary purposes. I'll hide the audio here just so that I have a nice clear idea on this video. There are a series of like thumps or bangs or things which are happening. There's at least one person throws a bottle after the car's passed, as if in disgust, which leads me to suspect people were throwing shit at the car anyhow. So and yeah, Faith is way out of sync here. I'm going to synchronize to the moment of the crash I can find here, and then Faith is back a couple frames. Save before I try this. So this looks to be the last moment of the crash right there to me. But that's, you know, 40 meters maybe this way. So I'm going to call that another mark. Alt hide Faith. So this is the gap between moment to moment. This one 13.9. So I'm thinking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 frames in the difference between this moment here and the crash that we hear there. So, calculator once again. $13,892, hey? Minus 12,745. 11,447. Plus 11,447. Here we have the same sound, maybe a little bit different in time because of distance up the road, I think. Let's make Gilmore's quiet and just try it against Faith.
All right, here you go. It's the full-on demonstration. Oh, shit!
How'd that suit you? Did that look pretty good? I know we're not seeing it from Faith's side, but does the audio look good from Gilmore's?
All right, here you go. It's the full-on demonstration. Oh, shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Hey, come here.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Don't trample people. That's
Ow! Ow! Go!
60.
Counting for difference in position, exactly. And I didn't have them overlaid there. I was only using one to see if it looked right from the other side. Like it, because if photons get there, then our heads can deal with the fact that we're seeing something happen down the road at the right moment in time. It's when it gets overlaid that we got to be listening for echoes and phase effects and Doppler shift and the like. There might be a frame or two in the difference too. So this is the area where I'll be putting the yellow mark, the yellow bar. And this is the moment of impact. I'm going to mark that here. I actually back that up again.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Hey, come here.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Don't trample people. That's
Just having a hard time keeping up with everything because they're all at 30 frames a second now, and they're all. I maximize the bit rates and everything. Faith loses a lot of audio when she switches, doesn't she? So this is the switch she makes after the accident, but even so, it still lines up with other people. And I've got to do book depository. Book depository comes from this marker. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4. I don't know if that worked right or not. Next marker, previous marker. It's 18 seconds. So this number plus 18 times 30. What do I need a calculator for? So that is all the footage that I've been worried about up to now. Well, Rebel Z has been added into it. The drone needs to be added in. We'll figure out the cut between it, and that's essentially it. I should have this done tonight, I think. Like, ready to put the bed done. Snap that to the end. I can hide that one. I can hide that one. Rebel Z has the cop horn the best, so I'm going to use him for the synchronization. On book depository. I got to mute that first though.
The fuck are the cops?
So book depository down by the hill there. He's 10 or 15 meters away from. That's the first and the second horn. 1, 2, 3 frames, I think. Between there and the next one. Put the mark down. Jump the next frame, next marker. Whatever this number is and the difference between that number and this. Alright, I got it on the frame still. 1022 and what? 1005. 17 frames forward. Control copy. Control C, that is Control V, so copy pasta. Gonna hide grassy. I'll keep faith in there.
Absolute failure. They were here for the whole time and right here. And as soon as Antifa starts marching, they decided it's time to stop patrolling.
The fuck are the cops?
There are just little pockets like this everywhere. What happened there? I wonder if that was a human who created that. I'm getting right off the sideway.
Yeah, Marcus. Is that on book depository by any chance? Yeah.
There are just little pockets like this everywhere. What happened there? I wonder if that was a human who created that. I'm getting right off the sideway. I just don't know who the hell else has any fancy ideas over here.
Oh, you mean someone yelling, Marcus?
Who you with? Yes. I'm with you.
Didn't see it. It wasn't a band. It was a.
It was a
Ah! I heard that. I heard that time. It's right here. I'll put a mark down on it. Hang on. Let's hide that one and hide that one. So it's not on book depository.
Smooth cars here, my God. Oh. This is an absolute failure of police. An absolute failure. They were here for the whole time and
Not on faith.
Now you know he backed out and got away.
Got away.
Yeah, dude. We got him on camera. We got his car on camera. We're looking for his license plate.
This ain't about time. Fuck that, brother. I understand, man.
Holy shit, folks! Please share this broadcast on Twitter and Facebook.
I was right next to the car when it came by. Did you see it?
It was
I heard it. I definitely heard it too.
tinted.
What
It all
about
tinted
the
out
officer
windows.
that was
Like
running
gray or
behind the
what?
car? What did he do? He called me?
Oh, he straight into the crowd.
Hey, who's the guy that did it? They get him.
Now you know he backed out and got away.
Got away.
Yeah, dude. We got him on camera. We got his car on camera. We're looking for his license plate.
This ain't about time. Fuck that, brother. I understand, man.
Holy shit, folks! Please share this broadcast on Twitter and Facebook.
I was right next to the car when it came by. Did you see it?
It was like a gray car with tinted out windows. Came slamming into people. I've seen.
Are you okay?
I'm okay, but there's.
Not on the Rebel. Not on the Rebel. I'll hide. Must have been book depository. Had to have been.
Who are you with?
Yes.
I'm with you.
It wasn't a van. It was a
There. It's on book depository. Just as the lady crosses the frame. Time code 1116 from the beginning of Ford. Her. No, I haven't. Not yet, anyhow. Imagine I'll be finding my way to it sooner or later. So that's pretty good. First hour, we got all those tracks pretty much synced. I'm looking for a way of syncing where I think the overhead drone is going to be, which should be easily done. And once that's done, figure out if there's any other places to fill in gaps. Like I've got 3 cameras, was 3 cameras, 1, 2, 3, 4 here, only 2 at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there, 6 at one point. Then 5, then 4, then 3, then 2. So maybe fill it up to at least 3 would be good. At all points, right? Yeah, he does. He does. Ooh. Time for a little break. Smoke them if you got them. I will not be very long. Hello, hello. I'm back. Me or James, which yeah, which of the two? How many vids have I watched? Goodness only knows, but if you went and looked at my history, I imagine you'd see I watched quite a few when it comes to videos. I watched entire TV series on this site, man. It's crazy. I haven't seen everyone I can find. I haven't been looking that hard either, to be quite honest. I've been waiting for the video to find me as opposed to the other way around, which is that's a joke that I used to tell. In Soviet string theory, evidence finds you. I should write that down and put it somewhere. In Soviet string theory, evidence finds you. It's worth keeping. I was thinking there a minute, I don't want to forget about where the Marcus clip is, because it's on Book Depository and I've been trying to nail it down, but it's right about here. She's passing in front of the frame there. Is that the girlfriend? Because it looks like it's her. I'm over on my likes list up counting at 5K. I've dropped a lot of likes. Me too. Been a lot more likes really than probably were deserved, but hey. So, it's been a while since I tried to find her picture. When she did the Ellen spot, did she still have her hair back up like that, or did she have it down? Was she wearing that thing on her wrist by any chance? Because either one of those things would be great to know. And granted, we would have video of her the day of too, wouldn't we? But that's all on Book Depository. Now, who else is near Book Depository at this moment in time? Let's just peek this down a bit. This is Faith we're looking at. She's close to the corner. He's back up from the corner. Fahad. Oh, this is Faith. No, that's not Faith at all. We're looking at Rebel Z there. In the insert, and Faith and Ford underneath. Ford is underneath. If it's not Ford underneath, it'll be Grassy Knoll. Yeah, I guess that is the girlfriend. If that's the case, we could cut her video and show that it's been cut. Same as I'm thinking the drone shots which tried to show that the van arrived right before the rally got there. That drone video's been cut too. So I might think channel 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 over here will be for overlays or whatever. I was thinking too about doing a map, a top-down map, which shows wherever the camera people are, where they are on in location to one another, and then which way they're pointing. She's wearing a ball cap before, okay, but otherwise that's her. I'm gonna go to another window for a second, since I got this set up for a different overlay. It's not going to be in this. It's this Windows history doesn't have anything like that in there. I'll go here and look for it directly. This one I've seen.
If you write anything on your computer, you need to get Grammarly.
Strange, this one gets ads. None of the rest of mine get ads.
It was the most horrific thing you can ever think about going through in your life. You hear tires.
We met up with Heather as soon as we got downtown.
We were excited to go meet up.
Oh yeah.
Friend. We were
The
excited.
backpack was visible. Her hair is the same. Yeah.
Hate. We were excited to spread love and just be around people that were like us.
Every time the police came, every time the neo-Nazis came, we removed ourselves away from that. Everybody's happy, you're smiling.
Yeah.
And then hate happens.
Okay. Excellent. If I can find another clip of that one, which hadn't gone through the Ellen show, it'd be even better, wouldn't it? So if I don't look for Ellen, of course the Ellen one's going to be the one that come up. Right. All the things. I'm always getting to dodge in a single frame. Yeah, that's not easily done, is it? That's a trick and a half. Won't let you link? Yeah, I don't know if I've got it set up for... Let's see if I can... I don't know if I can change that here either. Oh, it decided to go like crazy there when I decided to rebroadcast through, did it? That doesn't help. Yep, cool. I'll do that. I'll keep the I mean the search terms. I got you. I can do motion stabilization if necessary, yeah. Now some of them are so disjointed and frame by frame, or not even frame by frame, but like there's unless it's fairly stable to begin with, or at least you can see the same features in every single shot, it's pointless to try to stabilize it too much. On size too? Cool. On size I'll be able to find it and get it. I had to work that out yesterday. It was a pain in the butt, but I did it. Such things aren't difficult. Excuse me, y'all. Oh. Back to the beginning. I'll zoom that down a little bit just so I can have a look in here. Not that one. It's not that one. I gotta make sure I've got the right one ready to go here, otherwise I'm not going to be content. My content and contentness. I'm looking under a different window here. Yeah, I got it. Crowds assembling. That one. I don't need the audio. Just need the drone footage. The stuff I'm interested in is here. There's the bus at the corner. Very useful, that one. This cut and the one immediately following. I'm also assuming this is at 30 frames a second. Because the drone moved between that shot and the one before. I think. Look at the number of people in the roadway there and then here. So the drone moved from one end of the street to the other. That's the drones, the skyclad aerial stuff, right? Thing is that they've told these series of clips out of order. This is also out of order, so I'm going to get the clips and put them in the right order. And I'll cut them apart too to show that there's a difference in time. Oh yeah, it's drone. This one I want. This cut. I definitely want this cut, if nothing else, but I'm going to be using more than that. Grab on the Y, because this doesn't matter about time anymore. I'm going to hide that one. See where the bus is? If I hide this one, we look at Ford. Is that on YouTube? Yeah, it is. Crowds assembling at Charlottesville. Unite the Right rally. Unite the Right is the search term in aerial. Unite the Right aerial footage. I'll write that down. Oh, didn't take. Try searching that. If we just skip ahead and forward here a little bit. Seems to want to take a couple shots up towards the corner of the parking garage, right? There's the bus. And where is it? It's like... right there, huh? I'm going to unhide the drone footage now. Oh, unhide. Grab it, limit it to the X by hitting X. Just going to start scrubbing through here. I'm zoomed in, this is not going to help matters. But hey, we can see the traffic that it's next to as well. So to start from what current frame I'm at. Just hide this again. Because it's pulling almost up to the last of the line of traffic, but the traffic's not visible. So on this one, what traffic is visible? Is this the same two vehicles that's in that other clip? Is it these two? Next to those two buildings? Next to the one with the glass, and then the brick one in between, and then the second brick one. Tall one, short one. Yeah. I'm going to hide Rebel Z for a second. Don't need to see his butt. So the bus is level to those two cars now, going by the shadows and stuff. Right about there. Grab that one on the X, bring it over this way a bit. Alt H. Ha ha ha. Start frame. I'm going to bump it back till it's where I think it should be. So it's going to be back quite a bit, right? Maybe. Oh, wait now. It'd be easier to do it this way. Let's try minus 200. Plus 1, plus 2, plus 3. This might be a little bit tedious, but it's not nearly as tedious as motion tracking. The bus, the trolley, I got a pretty good idea when it's going to be where here. And we got a lot of frames. I wouldn't be surprised to find out this isn't at 30 frames a second either. It should be played faster. I'm going to go back a bit. I want to try to figure if I can get it level to there. Dog with a bone, yeah, yeah. So if I'm thinking about that same moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I gotta really guess this. Yeah, it's coming level to the white car in front, right? To the first car. That would be my best guess, somewhere where I can't even see it completely. So the idea being here, of course, this may well crash. I should be careful. I'll make this bigger. We'll just get a quick idea what it'll look like. I could make this as an overlay or a cut, a proper cut. Either way, the Ford audio will stay on to go underneath it. I'll move it down there so I can get at it easier.
To the city, passing by trolleys and things like that. So I'm going to keep moving.
So of course, everything that I had to, I was trying to motion track is underneath that section. So I might want to put that as an overlay inside of this higher res picture. Maybe up here in the corner. And what I'm thinking is the rest of the drone footage is told out of order. So there'll be one section here where the... I wouldn't be surprised to find out Ford is here. I'll cut it again. Hide the piece I'm not using. Grab that on the X. Some of this is going to belong over here. Like it's after Faith and the crowd have started marching. Does the FBI have the rest of what? The rest of the drone footage? Or the rest of the stuff that anyone who really saw anything got? I bet you the FBI has the stuff that was in board of the chopper. That's what Helljack would say.
If you have any questions, now would be a good time to comment.
I was also wondering here, is the Vuvuzela on Faith's live stream? If so, I should be able to isolate it now. It is.
They are your streets. They are your streets. They are your streets. They are your streets. Because there's freedom of assembly for one group and not for another. There's freedom of protest for one group but not another. You don't need a permit.
So those who are watching,
there's a full-on demonstration now going on in the streets. Hundreds and hundreds of Antifa, weird BLM.
Is she already passed the bus?
Idiots dressed like clowns, and they're just taking to the street. This is okay, so long as you're not the alt-right. The alt-right wasn't allowed to demonstrate any show of force. The alt-right wasn't allowed to legally exercise their permit. Chant BLM, and all of a sudden the cops don't care. Where's the riot police now? I'll try to give you a little bit more of a...
Okay, Faith marching next to the clowns. Needs to be found in here. Grab. Send in the clowns, yeah. Where are the clowns? There's one of the banners. There's the other one. That hair, they should stand out a mile away. I got a feeling this is too early. Troll down one. The second one. I cut it into the early piece, the late piece. Grab on the Y and move it. Oh, grab on the X and move it back. Whereas this one, I'm going to hide that for a second. Taking a look through here, see what I can see. There's a crowd all the way up to the corner there. This is too late, probably. This will be cut to either side. Waiting to see if there's a moment in time where she basically stops walking. Because the crowd is starting to hold up, and so that ripples back to the back of the crowd. You can see it happening in the other clip. Because they're not moving now, right? They're all held up. So I think that would pretty much sync to that. Still moving forward, but they're starting to hold. I'll grab it on the X and move it back a bit more. So then there's this other question. How does the beginning of the clip coincide with the other drone? I don't really need to hear anything. I'm more interested in the video. So they're already down the road a bit from the bus there, yeah? Back there? Grab on the X, shovel it forward. Alt H. Draw your attention to this. Grab Y111. This is the order of shots I think best represents the drone footage. This one, and then this one. Took them that long to get across the road. The beginning of the rally, maybe halfway past. And still gathering behind there. And then several seconds later, it's moving across to the other side of the street now. It's probably got video for all this length of time too, but we don't see it. Saving. Here comes the second one. I think I got to go back farther still. Grab on the X. Since there's no audio, I'm not too terribly concerned about this one matching perfectly. So now there's the next question. Passes the white car in mid-street. What does? Faith? There it is. There's one of them. It's back a bit. It's hard to see the bus there, let alone anything else. She's right in the intersection there. Is that third? Or an alleyway? Faith and Clowns, yep. Do we get high enough to see that? Yes. That one. Mark that. Well, we got square pixels to deal with. Yeah, it's the same angle, exactly. That's what I looked for. Like, it's got to be there. But it's the motion of the crowd, right? If the crowd isn't moving there, and Faith isn't moving as well, then she must be, like, she could even be right there right now. Look at all the red behind her. Or right, red behind, so it's either red in front or red behind. See any clowns? Up here? Yes. Maybe. So I think these moments are pretty close to one. These might be as far back as here. She's faced the camera this whole time too, isn't she? And moving forward. She does this distance in half the time most of the rest of the people do. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less than half the time, but she's moving faster. Agreed? It's the only way we can get ahead of it all. Black flags waving behind her. Red shirts behind her. I don't see many there now, but I do see a black flag waving. I'm wondering whether or not the... I still think this is beyond. Like, she's probably lagged behind this. There's a whole bunch of these red... So either she's catching up to this point or she's not. I think she's beyond there. I think they're behind her quite a bit. And we don't see the car until it raises up above the building a little more either. Yeah, she does. She walks right next to him. He's next to the third or fourth brick column up here. He's right here. So really when she gets ready to flip the camera, that's when she's passing him. I think you can almost see her reaching up to turn the camera over in Grassy. See if we can see a black flag waving. Something like this is what a black flag would look like. That ain't one though. Ooh, sign going in front of it there. And that's as far as the clip goes, man. Find a guy on a bike, yeah. There's a bunch of red flags here. But I definitely see a sign moving in front of the car there. 2 or 3 of them. There's one there. Yeah, anyone holding the sign got their arms up, right? This guy is. Faith is back a bit from here. This would be around the time the Rebel Z arrives at the corner too, right? The marches are well, like the chants are well on the go. We still haven't seen the Challenger at the corner of East and Main, East 4th and Main. Let's try this the reverse angle. Not use Goldie, not use Faith at all, but use GK. So I'll hide that one. Here's Faith's live stream. So we can't sync against that because he gets a better idea of how long this rally is. Yeah, I know, right? That'd be too good. That'd be too useful. I would like this to be 30 and 400. She's pretty much passing him there. This is her here, isn't it? Clown in behind her, clown there. Same clown. Look at the angle. She literally like changes her camera right after this. There. So the reason I did this is to see what comes after her here now in the line. The black banner. And they're holding up. You can see how fast she's walking against the people behind her. She's passing him right there. So this is not quite in sync. That's her? Or is that her behind? Yeah, that's her here. Oh wait, no. Oh man, I got lost there. Can't be seen, she's behind this line. There. So now Alt hide that one. If there is no black banner visible. There's two of them, I know, and she's in front of the first one, not the second one. Can you use size extended view from the hill? I haven't been picking apart through it yet, but I will look at it. Trying to get these inserts done first, though, or at least get it so that they're close to perfect as possible. These look like black banners to me up here. Thinking you got to go back this way a bit. Something more like that. The one thing that they coincide on is that they both agree, like the drone here and the drone and what's his face. The drone, Faith Goldie and Grassy Knoll all like catch the crowd stopping at the same time, or at same different staggered points, so it makes sense when it's happened. So, size video. Excuse me. Having a peek for it there now. Please bear with me 1 second. I'm arranging the transfer of video data. Oh. The white car is turning as it arrives there, like. Here comes a crash. wild. I'm still like broadcasting apparently, but all of my browser windows went kaput. Give me a second. I had to stop laughing about that. I'm doing a quick still says I'm streaming, so I thank goodness the stream didn't stop. If it started getting really jerky and buffering badly there, that was my computer chewing on the hardest of the hard. And as soon as I can get clear of this, the better. No, 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 no. Bloody wrong one. Can you tell what I just typed like that? I'm not in the chat, by the way, so you've got a totally unsupervised chat for the next several minutes. Toop boo dooba doop boop. Is this the one I'm looking for? I'm looking for a specific place to do my business, and I haven't got it saved. So I wonder if this isn't crashing any worse than it already has. Once again, wrong one. I'm amazed that the crash occurred because of Firefox that time, not because of Blender. That's a step up in a way. Christ. Why is this easy to find in one place and not in the other? I have no idea. Streams not getting enough. Still on here, yeah. I'm closing size place down. It got really bumpy because I tried to do 3 things at once. Video output low. That's wild because it says on this side I'm giving it good. So why are you giving me trouble, man? Ah, better. It says good again. It says good. I'm going to save a little video memory. Or a little memory in general for a second. I'll turn that off. Looking over the list, looking over the list. Gosh. Another mess up. My goodness. This is just nothing but trouble. No, man. I can't get a copy of that video, no matter how hard I try. I managed to get some off them last night. That's a difficult video to get a hold of. It might be because it's too long, might be because of any number of reasons, but whatever they are, they're buggered. I got to go looking for that one. Mozilla. It dropped 80 frames somewhere along the line. It dropped 80. It does not like dropping frames. Doing it all on one. I think, Janet, I'm going to have to try to get that later. The extended view from the hill. It's been giving me consistent trouble. I think I'm going to have to figure a way around it. See, this would put Faith, Grassy is leaning on that tree. That's Grassy Knoll. He's on one of these trees up here. That could be him. Which case Faith is right about here. Past the car. Already. Right? Warp drive. Yes, there is. Ford's got it. Want to see it? Yeah, I know what you mean. You want to see it? Ford has it, I think. Ford's got the best picture. So when Ford gets his drink of water, watch over a guy's shoulder. I'll make this big. Ford's getting his drink of water. Look beyond those people. See how slow the vehicle's moving? I'll back that up again. those people walk past, and there's a white car driving down East 4th at that moment in time. And look how slow it's moving compared to the Challenger a few seconds later. Takes a while to get in there, right? Because there's people also walking out of there. Like that one. Crossing the street. Some seconds later, there's the Challenger. And going faster than that last one. Got it, Warp? So I think 4 got it. There's the Challenger. So apparently the white car had to have gone down the top part from Market as well, eh? Agreed? And that's the end of it there. I think that's it. We pretty much see the entire car going through the intersection, see? It's just doing it pretty slow. If the car is 5 meters long, it takes a second or two for 5 meters to go past there. Whereas the Challenger does it faster both times it does it. It makes it probably in... Well, I'd have to measure it exactly, but I could. I could use the Challenger like as a frame by frame. Here we go. Let's guess when the Challenger's going through. There's... Okay, right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About a second to travel 5 meters. Just over. It's about a second for the Challenger to travel 5 meters, which isn't as fast as he's doing it later. It's about a third as fast as he's doing it later. Oh, it's 3 times slower. How do I put this? 5 meters in 1 second as opposed to 5 meters in a tenth of a second, or a third of a second. So if I look at this again, I think the Camry is going slower, way slower, about half the speed of that. It looks like it's hesitating as it's going in there, wondering what to do because it shouldn't be in there, and it knows it's no good to go down there. Watch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 is 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 is 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's over 2 seconds for it to clear that, just that part of the intersection. And is evidently much more hesitant about it than the Challenger is. Have you seen the Jeremiah Noop special video? Shot from 3rd level garage south of 4th and Water. No, I haven't. I actually have not seen that yet. Is it on YouTube or where would I find it? I'm thinking about having a little break. Stretching my, not my back or my legs or anything. Not even my lungs tonight. It's a short video? Okay. That's cool. It's not hard to sync against. Not with all the wealth of data we already have. But yeah, I think we can see Grassy Knoll in the drone there. Catches the challenger reversing up fourth. Nice. That would be good. So that's a missing gap. Although we kind of knew the footage should be there, right? Sweet. Jeremiah Nupp special video. I'll have a look for it. That would be really cool. That would be really, really, really cool. I love it. Hang on a sec. Car stopping, yep. Actually, I saw that one. That's after the accident. I thought you meant you'd see it going up in between before the accident. Oh, geez, I'm looking at the wrong part of the intersection. Where the frick am I looking? Oh, yeah, this is the street. This is the street. This one here. This one over here. Over here. See Faith ducking into the thing in that amount of time, I wonder? 13 seconds? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, and it's from the moment that he's throwing her into reverse, too, by the sound of it. We hear the sound of him throwing into reverse by the time he's actually moving, is what I mean. It's, what, 100 meters away, maybe? Not even. I wouldn't say it's 90. Look how little there is in front of the car. In front of the minivan. Even right after. I'm going to have a look at that. That's an interesting shot to cut to. And then some. Oh, I got a camera on. What am I doing? Starts just to dice, yeah. Yeah, it happens right at the beginning, but we're also seeing when, like a fraction, the Challenger stopped for 3 seconds. The Challenger is stopped for 3 seconds between the time it finishes moving forward, throws itself in reverse, and starts moving back. Puff Puff Pass. Well, I sing lots of songs about that one, about Puff Puff Pass. I got one called PRJ, a song. I mean, in fact, I'll cue the song. I'll cue the song, seeing as I'm partaking and it's in the evening time. Excusez-moi. Under music, I believe, where I shall find set song. Pardon for the hum on the channel. Tell you a short busted story. Guy with a free-rolling joint collects a crowd in pouring rain. Then he hollers out, "What was the point? Spark me up, someone spark me up. I got a PRJ." Half the people were stoned. Oh yeah. The rest gave it a try. your shit up. Bam! That's Cameron, man. Excuse me. Great ending there, eh? Just tight. Oh, you go right ahead. You know, if I could take donations not in Bitcoin, but in some kind of weed-based currency, like a hemp-based currency, sorry, I think I'd do it. Excuse me. Or as the French say, pardonnez-moi. Bassline is sweet. Me singing all of my own parts too, just for fun, doing my own overdubbing one after the other. I had some fun doing that one. It was perfect. The words were occurring to me because I was already working on Frankie and Johnny as a riff to play on a banjo anyhow. Which the tune is from Frankie and Johnny, if you didn't know that. And all I had to do was write a few lyrics. Which is right up my area of best expertise. That's the part of the map I'm most refreshed with. So, I got that one on my history now. I'll know where to find it. Now, do we see a guy run up and hit the front window of the van right at the end? Wow, do we see a guy run up and hit the front window of the van right at the end? What, on the last one? The Jeremiah one? I was looking at one of the drones the other day too, and man, there's this one guy that's right next to the van as it moves forward, the minivan. He runs back to the corner and then back to the van. So maybe that's the guy you're talking about. But that was from the drone clips that we're showing on RT. Oh, he might. Why not blame the van? The van is at least as much causing damage, right? Understandable in the moment of confusion and anger. Although not necessarily helpful. He comes from far away. All right. Come on, mouse, connect. I want that just the right size to get it in here and think about coverage. All the accents occurring in here. We're looking at a clip to cut in with here. Has a GoFundMe? I guess our head had to have been whipped that way instead of the other way. Although you'd think she didn't have a lot of clearance. Or she might have had enough clearance. I don't know if her head. Never mind. I'll leave that alone. I am not an anatomist. Not a doctor. I could play one on YouTube. But I'd be a doctor of like something other than anatomy. Or medicine. I'm wondering about what I can get for the late part of the video. Because I've got only 2 clips to go with on the end here. One being Faith. The other being Ford. Choices have consequences. Oh yes, I think I heard that on Rebel Z. You heard it first. I think I'm going to try to cover up the news to share thing. That's my fragile mood. Wow. Wow. Choices have consequences. There's so very little in front of that van after the moments after the accident, but there's a 3-second gap between the time the Challenger stops and goes back, and we also have that kind of on the drone, so we can cover every angle of the accident as it's occurring, despite their best efforts to cover the angles or to keep the angles tight. I'm thinking about this here because we see the Challenger going back up the hill in that last one. That doesn't show the accident, but it shows immediate aftermath, including what people are doing down in the corner, like down in the intersection. So, Yes, that's true, Manfred. I've thought about that too. The ones who know first aid the most are the ones who are going to be trying to keep people stable and not move them as little as possible. And in the case of someone who's bleeding or whatever, stop the bleeding, elevate the legs and things like that to maintain blood pressure. Therefore, prevent any kind of what's it called, right? Shock, going into shock. And if it was a neck wound or something like that, yeah, it would be incredibly important to lock the neck and spinal column down before you move them. Excuse me. I could try to get that last one. I'm going to make a note of it. Is what I'm going to do. And get at it. I'm going to go at the last drone, which is the moment of the attack leading up to that. I'm going to have to do another clip for the drone because I might want to change the frame rate. Jeremiah, moment plus 2.5. Not T minus, but T plus. The delay is making your comments redundant. Yeah, fair enough. Confirmation is confirmation. Try not to be too biased about it. If you know what I mean. I thought about reducing the delay even more. I could cut it in half again. I've thrown it down once already. King B. I don't know for sure. Is it coincidental? He starts his camera after Ford has cleared the intersection, or he's pressed the button as Ford is in the intersection, and it takes that long for the camera to start really recording, maybe. So the coincidence of it is that his eyes actually see something different than the camera sees. The fisheye lens doesn't do any favors to perspective shift, and the stereoscopic vision, you see more, you notice more. You can't zoom in with your eyes, but you focus on things and you notice things from a distance differently than a camera will. So is it coincidental? You got me there. There's a whole bunch of cameras passing by the intersection as he's walking down. If he's just a legit normal guy, as he says he is just a few moments after that, he's just there to catch the parade or whatever the heck he's there for, then maybe it is coincidental. So who is it? But no. The way that he interacts with people, I think he's used to doing it. Seems to me like he doesn't mind laying hands on people either, which to me strikes me as a little bit, not weird or odd, but not everybody does that. So he doesn't hit the windshield. I'm going to look at the other drone. There's a flag waving. Yeah, I bet it does. Where's the other? So this is the overhead drone shot, which again I think is the same stuff, isn't it? Like the company, or maybe it isn't. There's no logo on this one other than that one. The NBC News logo is going on to it. I could crop it in out of all that stuff. Maybe. I am interested in this part though. So the other video had been shot from in here, eh? The Jeremiah one, looking up this way. Speaking of grainy. These are at different frame rates which NBC is using. And this is sometime after, right? So I think I have to use a hard cut to define the two of these. On that one, Shift K. I might not use the second piece at all. Although, take a guess at when it's going to be, because Faith is down here at the same time, so we might even see her walking through. Grab. Limit to X. Move it down. Hide it for now. Moment of impact. My best guess anyhow. Grab X. Plays through twice, so I'm going to take a guess that it's something like this. And it's at fractional size, which is why the resolution sucks. .64360. 320. That's easy math. Shouldn't have to think about that. Not nearly enough, huh? Can crop it separately to this too, and for example, take the right border off. It's an extra 160 to the x coordinate, so this ought to be 400 to stay centered. But this corner belongs to this building, so visually we can get an idea where the drone is to get that angle. And if I want to make that any bigger, I can zoom it, but resolution. And then it starts again. The one that was being discussed in a comment thread, I can't remember the name of it. It's the one about the photographer who got fired or something. I've been looking at today. I've been trying to figure out where he took that shot from. If he's using a really long, if he's using a long lens and zooming in to get it, and everything's being flattened and compressed, he's got to be farther up the hill, which means he can only be seeing really bright roadway, some wild ass angle. And he might be in Gilmore's video. Might be able to see him taking a shot, right? So I've been taking a peek from time to time here at Gilmore to see whether or not he's in there, right? I messed that up. The moment that he crashes in, like, we should see that in Gilmore. Thus, I mean, I saw that. That's drone. One of these guys is in the shot, isn't he? In that long shot. Somebody is. That's Gilmore's probably last really clear frame. Not Toxipruder. Ooh. Pardon my slack-jaw yokeltude. Merely. I like that better off to the side here, I think, but I had it centered knowing that wasn't going to stay still. Starting to count features now. What can we see and what can we extrapolate? That is there. Yeah, that's the power lines, right? Plugs coming off that. Another one on the corner. I still think this at 30 frames a second, this doesn't look right. I think it still looks too slow. I think it looks a little slow myself. The thing would be if I fool with the, how I say, oh, I can get the window on the side too. Lovely. If I fool with the frame rate, I'm going to be dropping frames as opposed, like not dropping the same frame more than once, but literally cutting them out, squeezing the motion together so I get farther ahead in time quicker. Like distances. I thought 1.5 actually looked great at 45 frames a second, which is a trade-off for 60. But if you're looking to sell to like a news organization or something and they're buying by the frame, why not, right? You're only squeezing in a few extra frames, but it's a second and a half as opposed to a second at more or less regular speed. So they're, yeah, it's the drone footage, exactly. It's the only thing that seems to have been shot at like a cranked camera so that you can get slow motion later by playing at normal speed. And it's the way that the crowd moves doesn't please me. I'd have to look at it in VLC, or in fact, I'd have to look at it online on... you're not going to see it if I rebroadcast it through either, because I'm broadcasting at 15 frames a second, to be quite honest. Goodbye, audio. Oop. This is the same clip. That's at half speed. But even at this speed, this crowd doesn't run right. And the reason I noticed it was I was watching it at high resolution on YouTube. So you can see some of the people that are running are not running at the right speed. Now I'm thinking about what to do. This is still, the thing that gets me is this is still a number of frames, right? It's still only 47 frames, but it was shot at a certain speed. That's what I'm broadcasting at, yes, 15. Just to make sure that the computer won't ever drop too many frames. And I'm watching the actual bit rate going through. It still qualifies as HD. Because it's the frame size. And since not much changes, it can change what does change fairly frequently for the 15 cycle. You don't see the jitter I do on Ford Fisher. 15 FPS. You got it. It's not like I'm doing a game. You want to watch me play Minesweeper or something? Or if I tried to play anything with the 3D card, it would crash. I've tried it with War Thunder once. It was running at a hearty 10 frames a second. She gets knocked down and gets up right away. You have a peek again. That's the one I keep getting drawn to. Seems like he's moving normal speed there. Him. Oh no. Not him. Looked like he got hit. Shift K. Oh, in the area where the dodge would have hit. Yeah. Ooh, that one. And I don't need end this time. I'm going to have to drop frames, but since it's at low resolution, it's not going to matter. The resolution sucks to begin with. If it don't work, or it don't look right, I'll change it. I'll revert. Calculator comes out. Check my math. Ooh. Total number of frames 177. If I divide that by 45, 3.93333 seconds. If I divide that by the 30, 5.9. Yeah, I had the number right. Mm-hmm. If it's 4 seconds, it needs to fit in the space of 80 frames, right? Page up. Here's the genius of this thing. Because I have a hard cut, this is 177 frames exactly that I'm working with. I'm now going to set the end of the clip to this. Use another speed controller. And it'll figure out the difference, I think. Or it should. And if it can't, I'll render off a clip of that's just that long, because that's all I need. But this is the first 177 frames, so this should work fine. And I don't know if we're going to see much of the difference here. If that's too fast, I can slow it down again. Yeah, this is going to be better off starting in the clip itself. Going to render it. That looks a bit fast to me, yeah. I'm going to have another kick at that before we go, but I can change the end of this strip now to fine-tune the speed of time that X covering. And it will take properly from the length of the beginning and the end and like interpose the right, or interlace the right images, right? The right frames. It doesn't take just the first ones. It takes something from both sides and compresses it. So it should show everything from start to finish. Which one was that? That's Rebel Z. If that's moment of attack, I need to see Faith now for a second. Which means, where's Gilmore? Man, they're both on the line. Should I reverse those? Or not, right? Looks better, I'm pretty sure. So the moment of impact estimated. Marker. Next. 1, 2, 3. Away he goes. So now they'll look at putting in the Jeremiah one over that, maybe. This is causing me wonder. So that's occurring way too fast, yep. Oh, what am I thinking? This one. So this needs to move back that far, one way or the other. And I think I might have guessed in the mark that I first picked, but they're still moving some of these frames. I'm trying to figure out which is motion from actual motion, like there. So this mark has to be at least that much farther. I'll want to reload this. How long is this now? It's at 131 frames. Try it again. 41 frames. I'm gonna have a look at this too. Thoughts, anybody? I'm going to try a render on that one. If I'm confident after the render and it looks really good, I'll upload something so you can look at it at high res. Or higher full res. Smacks it with something from the side of the hood. Ooh. Unhide that. Unhide that. Not going to bother with GK right now. This is a tentative test. Next marker. So this is the start. I'm going to run up to the beginning of book depository. That's it. That's the photo finish there. Nup. Yeah. I heard that. Nup. Gotcha. Ooh. How many frames? This is going to be another sync test. Shall test it. Thank you. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to have a cigarette. Won't be long. Which is the one I want? Oh, it's this one. No, I want to go to studio mode. Damn. Oh. It's decided that's the blender window. I get it. I get it. No, that's the blender window. I don't know if there's anyone still around. Tonight was the 100. I don't know. I'm still here. Tonight was the 100. Well, today was the 100. I made the 100 today. I'm going to get a cup of tea before I start into this again. I think I need to double check some of my sync. Oh, stream's dead. I should stay. I should never move. I should never move. This gives me a good chance to go get a cup of tea, though. Whew. Pressure's off. What have I got? What have I got? Under assets, under audio. Oh, right. Ha 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 ha. Let's stick that back here for a second. Couple tunes here to pass the time. This should get somebody. Keep an eye out.
My name is Captain Kid. I sail, my name is Captain Kid. I sail, well, my name is Captain Kid. I sail, my name is Captain Kid. And I sail, well, my name is Captain Kid. What the Lord had forbid, unhappily I did, as I sailed, unhappily I did, as I sailed. For at the age of 53, first gained my captaincy, they bade me put to sea, so I sailed. At the age of 53, they gave a letter of marque to me, and bade me put to sea, so I sailed. Well, a letter of marque to me, they gained the captaincy of a dirty old galley. We sailed and we sailed, dirty old galley, we sailed. bucket, what a thwack. And the crew turned dirty pack. As we sail,
They muttered behind my back.
as we sail. North to Egypt and the seas, rich with ships from the Indies. We rode a freshening breeze. We sailed north to Egypt and the seas, rich with ships from the Indies. We caught a heady breeze, and we sailed. Then we spied a gleaming sight, hollered every man alike. Pressed the canvas tight, turned the ship and made the fight. We pressed the canvas tight, we sailed.
Really, really loose break. Keeping the audio
Across the waves, their colors fly. I can just believe my eyes. Friendship, a treasure prize. We sailed.
half traditional song now.
Colors
Okay.
fly. I can scarcely believe my eyes. Friendship, a treasure prize. We sailed. Across 13 level gun. Still the Frenchmen made the run. But a share's worth 40 tons. So we sailed, yes we sailed. Yes, a share's worth 40 tons. So we sailed.
Punching in all over the place in this one.
Well, we boarded her to leave. What a queer thing we see. Y'all begged for mercy. We sailed. We boarded her to leave. What a queer thing we see. Well, they all begged for mercy. We sailed. All our labor gone to spit. For the Frenchman was a Brit. How I heard, holy shit. We sailed, yes we sailed. I hollered, holy shit. We sailed. This mistook identity drove the crew to mutiny. Surely nothing worse for me. We sailed. Mistook identity drove the crew to mutiny. Surely nothing worse for me. We sailed. Disregarding King and Lord, with every wretched soul, for treasure left aboard. We sailed, yes we sailed, for the treasure left aboard. We sailed. For my name is Captain King. I sail, yes I sail. My name is Captain King. And I sail. Well, my name is Captain King. I sail, yes I sail. My name is Captain King. And
Sounds like it's clipping a bit to me.
at the age of 53, you gave a letter of marque to me. I quickly put to sea. And I sailed. I quickly put to sea. And I sailed. Beethoven's on, but his music lives on, and Mozart's up, we're stopping no more. You never hear a list of Brahms and Hogger doesn't open the door. La, 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 la. Schubert and Chopin with Chandler and La, sing along symphony. Decomposing composers, oh, nothing much anyone can do. And you can still hear Beethoven, but Beethoven cannot hear you.
Getting into the ground.
Hiding and rock man out, they enjoy the night their meals. But now I know I will serve them, and their graves been left to congeal. Verdi and Wagner delighted the crowd with their highly original sound.
Yeah, that's lovely. That would be a cover, that last one. But I ain't gonna say who by. Currently working on a master sync between various clips here. Those who might just be joining us. My name's James PFP. Been going strong for the last several hours. Not going to be doing it all night tonight. I think I'm going to give it up before it gets too light. But with that being said, I do have a few more. Do have a bit more time to put into it, so I'm going to go ahead and do so. Been spending some time the last 10-15 days working on one thing, which is timely, and I should know this number by now, which is the overall length. Yeah, timely bit of news analysis provided by the magic of everybody having a phone on which has a camera attached to it. Like, I've got one here. 2 cameras, in fact, in this one. One in the front, one in the back, a microphone for both. Leading to many of the weird and wonderful things that we're going to see in the video I'm cutting together. I also have to spend some time going over the comment sections of videos the last few days, because I haven't been making careful notes as time goes on, but I have been paying attention to who says what. Trying to give credit where it might be due. If I make any mistakes in the credit department, please comment right away and be sure to let me know about it. Like, comment in such a way that I'm definitely going to get a notification about it. Thank you. I'm not saying flag me. I'm not saying that. I am saying let me know about it. But it's, I know what I was going to do. I'm going to do this before I get back into the editing, so my head's a little bit clearer. I'm waiting for tea to brew, which is part of this waiting around bit. Showing my dirty laundry every time I do a web page switch like that. Let's come over here. Where do I get to my channel? Is it my channel here somewhere? Not on Firefox. Man, Firefox fully fooled up. Where's my numbers, man? Where's my numbers? We see no numbers here. We go to Creator Studio. Dashboard's what I really wanted all along. I'm at 101. Ha! I've been working hard for the last several months to get to 100 subs. The reason is I want to have an easier YouTube address. I don't mind the /user /username. I mean, I would rather have whatever it is I want to have after. I might not use what I use for almost everything else in this case. Perhaps that's something I should take a suggestions box thing for, but I'm already calling the podcast a certain thing, or the Banjocast a certain thing. So maybe I'll also go with that. I also like the name when it's, well, as it is in this window that we're currently looking at, or you're currently looking at, right above me. The PFFT I kind of like too. Maybe they'll even let me get away with that one. Which would be funny. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Port 80, that's pretty neat too though. I have a YouTube page called Port 80. And invite all sorts of, you know, nautical types. Perhaps we call them nautical types where I come from. Here's the chat interface for this window. Oh, it's decided it lost its focus, did it? Okay. Watch me fix that. Don't have much to talk about that I've like noted down ahead of time. There's been topics of chat in the chat room, of course. Mostly to do with where to find certain angles or certain this or certain that. I do like this Jeremiah footage which was suggested to me earlier. I might well put that in place. I'm also thinking about doing another cut on this section. This is overhead drone we're looking at here. I've been thinking that the speed of the playback of the drone footage isn't correct. And so I'm testing different frame rates, essentially. Testing the theory that perhaps you used a different frame rate. So 10, 20. What's the length of the clip right now? Would be practically the same length. How about we just revert? I could revert it to the length that was in the first place, which was 177. And then this I don't need to see since we wouldn't actually be doing anything differently with it. And I've moved its position and stuff already down here. The speed controller takes this image data and then reinterprets it for the length of time that you've asked for. And you can tell this to be overdropped the same as this one. I'll show you this though for a second. If I unhide this and I hide this one, it still shows the data underneath, but at the same speed. There'll be no speed change. So I don't really need to overdrop the second clip is what I'm trying to say here. But since I do want to at least look at it at perhaps regular speed, take an idea or get an idea whether or not this is going to work. The thing is, the motion implied by regular speed and the motion implied by the synchronized clip below. And I'm thinking the moment of impact begins right about here. I mean, I could go back a couple frames just to check that assumption. It also has a building, rising quality to it. Huh. Wondering who's off if I had to choose here. It's probably Faith. And it's Faith's audio, which I'm using to help synchronize everything too. But Rebel Z's got the audio, which has been doing a lot of the work tonight in terms of keeping everything in check, because Rebel Z ends right here immediately before the sounding of the police horns on 4th. Which gives us a really good place to be synchronizing everything else and everybody else against. And I do have like some different synchronizations done at different points tonight that I've been doing. This is GK here in the middle. Sooner, I also have to start getting ready to figure out what's going where. I'm going to try and spit out here. What's going where. These are all at original sizes too. And Ford has been stretched out, I think, a little bit. You see. No, Ford's at original. Ford's good. Ford's at the resolution I'm using anyway. I could make him smaller. His stream actually does have quite a high bit rate. Like the original that I downloaded and looked at is at high bit rate and properly at 1280 or 1280 by 720. So and of course, Faith is closer to it than Rebel is. Is Faith more than 5 meters in front of Rebel? Obviously not, so... Huh. Save this one. That's Ford's audio. Hide. That's Rebel's audio. He says the crash started here. Or even beforehand. If that's the case, I have a slight adjustment to make. This is Gilmore above. So Faith Goldie and Gilmore both have the same audio there as this guy, right? So hiding that one, hiding that one. I actually might even do work right here for a second. I don't even need to look at the video, and this tends to give me a little bit of hope that perhaps nothing will crash. A little bit jerky. Ooh, I hit the wrong one that time. What if I change this over to a graph editor for a second? Yeah, that's the building. Alt hide, that's Faith. Totally getting some wicked audio mix here. Only 80 drop frames, just nothing over the long run. Good. Putting it back to sequence editor. Oh man, you can totally hear Faith on Rebel Z. Nice. Nice. Here you go. Right there. Sweet. I'm going to double check this moment right here. Turn off some of these waveforms. I think maybe it'll do me a favor in terms of memory. Here you go. X this marker and add another one. That's GK, that's Faith. Kind of thought earlier maybe Faith was a little bit out of sync with GK when I was looking at the clowns passing by. So this is a good time to be wanting to verify things like the sync. Well, I know what I'm listening to here.
Here you go.
Ha 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 ha. No way he heard it before she said it, right? But we ain't far off one another. She and he. That's looking really good now. Moment of impact. According to him, according to her. I want to hide that one. I'm going to hide that one too. And I'm going to hide that one. That's getting a little more audible. So I've changed Faith's, I'm just thinking about this, I've changed her audio to definitely coincide correctly. So it's Control Copy, Control C for the start frame. Now I select her live stream here and I'll Control V to get it to link up, like it's synced again. There was a 3-frame gap there and it was definitely in the wrong direction. It ain't anymore. So I should really check Gilmore now against Goldie. That one. So this needs to be, is that correct or not? I've moved her back. I'm thinking, yeah, it's like back here. So what's the difference? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters, 90 meters, 100 meters. There's no way it's that far. Oh, hide. Hmm. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is 90 meters. Is 80 meters, is 70 meters. Hide. Unhide that one. Yeah, that's an echo. Save. Now I'm feeling better about that one. And I got all the video taken off. I gotta start making some choices about which ones to put in what part of the frame. Like I've got no choice at the very beginning if I've only got 4 to maybe a couple of odd angles from drones or something. But in the middle of the video I've got grassy knoll with a nice big excellent quality picture. And none of this jittering 30 frames a second crap like Ford got. It's not as jittering captured at 30 frames a second, which doesn't help. So I do want Rebel Z. I'm going to take Ford's audio. I'm going to take his audio. GK. I'm going to leave him off here for now. Alt-H. Alt-H. That's Faith. So here is the next question. synchronizing the moment that the van stops moving. He's right on about there. Kicking the speed controller off. I'll take a chance on those 177 frames even if they're at half speed. But I'll know the difference here. Because I mean, yeah. The van stops moving at the same moment in time. That's what I just synced. If they're not starting at the same moment in time, that's because there's too many frames. So there's a drone. I should keep all the drones on the same channel. I don't know exactly. That's drone, that's drone. In which case, this one, and this one. I'm going to grab on the Y, bring them up to there. This is channel 12 right now. Another thing I can do is if I want to like individually select something and move its channel, I can note in advance what channel it's sitting on or what channel I want to move it to, and explicitly enter it right here in the channel selection. Very nice. It's kind of like a layer, but the stuff that's on top doesn't necessarily get displayed on top. You have to tell it which and how to blend it or mix it. So it is what it is. And now this becomes an issue. How to mix this one with Ford. Okay. I'm going to do this the same way as I did it last time. Kinda. Page up, right. This is Faith's camera break. Do an E here. Do a start here. I still have the figure. Got a mix between Ford and him. I don't need to set that alpha over. I'll just set that to like cross or something. No. Alpha under. Yeah, set it to cross, you're right. I'm right. H it, and then I'm going to shift, add, transformation. This is where I'll scale this in some direction. 0.45 I've been finding is really useful. Overdrop would be fine for the purposes. If I remember my numbers right, this is negative 24.5, maybe even negative 25 now. Closer to 27.5. Ooh. And up. I'll try 24.5 first time. Now I've had a better stabilization than this too. That's the first line. And that's the second line. So I'm pretty confident on this one too. Currently mixing quite a few different channels, of course. This is a sync test. Test the automatic sync device. Please sync it. Says it's going to take 3 minutes to render this one. Now my tea should be ready by right about now. It's been brewing. I'll let it do it for long enough to get something done. It's going to be on the Rebel. Rebel's the one sick forward and the cop sound. So right now, you hear that I'm right in a minute, eh? Haha. The render keeps increasing in this case, but we're almost getting there. Got a little snack in front of me. Mostly carbs. A cup of freshly brewed tea. Someone said a cop was chasing him? What the hell? I see no cop. Probably not the greatest time to start lurking face goalie either. Imagine she doesn't like that. Picked anybody up yet? Nope. At least not reporting on the chat interface. That's okay. I'm easy. Cheap. It's all good. Render almost done. Render done. Hi, render. Goes to frame 1. Back to 28800. Saving. Looking for the file. Looking for the file. It's under render. They got like 3 different windows open from different places. This one's longer than the last one. I've got the audio wickedly quiet on it. There's a satisfying flick feel to the way the videos switch in this. Ooh, I just picked the wrong thing. I'm going to, hang on here, fixing this thing. Oh. Transform, reset, that's better. Here's, I'm going to stay in front of it for this playthrough. What the heck? Oh, it could be smaller though. So we see the bar anyhow.
people got hit. This
Somebody's
does not look
really
good.
on the ground.
It does not look good.
And then the car smashed into other
That does
cars.
not look good.
Rebel Z's really turned low there. Close. Gilmore is at full audio, full volume. Faith at 0.5, or 0.8, sorry. I'm going to put her back so up 7.2. Rebel Z is way low. I'm going to bring him up to like 0.65. And Ford, 0.75. That's audio levels. And of course, I just totally lost what frame numbers were, but I've got them on the file name here. So I just read them off and write them down. 13, 6.3. 15, 331. Number once known. 13, 6.3. 15, 331. So now it's back where I had it. I'll leave it there for now. Try that again. It's 5 minutes. Biggest thing I'm trying to nail down now is that, and I think I've got it, that the wheels stop moving in the white car at the same moment in time. Faith doesn't get a shot of it like Rebel Z does. But you can see the difference in their point of view. And yeah, the overhead drone is here too, you might notice. I've got it underneath and covered up maybe a little much. If I put it over on the side here, I'd be blocking the challenger's moment. Oh, I guess I wouldn't though. Okay. Friendly amendment. Totally friendly amendment. Because I currently got it balanced, centered, right? So I could probably set that to 620. Even more. 770 I'll take a chance on. 750. I lied. 730. And we find out 740 was the one I wanted. More or less. I haven't cropped the top of the image. I've actually just moved it up off the frame. So if I move it down again, like that, I eyeball it. Now I'll crop the top off. And I'll manually tweak it one way or the other to center it with the frames so that there's a feeling of balancedness. Could also bring it back this way probably to help do that, but I think it's better to do this. Better move. Thus proceeds the render. So early in the morning, man. So early in the morning. I got a long one in front of me tonight. Nah, I don't. This puts the main thing to bed. I got a couple more clips to download and get ready to plop in. Figure out a way of cutting it together. Three seconds. That son of a gun's editor. No airbags. No fuel cutoff. Like the idea of having Gilmore in the bottom, on the bottom frame. But then you don't see the data when it matters, like here. I think this is the best place for Gilmore and Ford. Ford underneath. A real clear idea that, yeah, we know when the car went through there. Again. Top-down map. Probably the next thing I'll have to do. If I were smarter, I have to admit, if I were a smarter man, once I had all this stuff done, and I did track, or put down on the map, hey, this is where these cameramen are, these camera people are, this is where the cameras are pointing, this is where they're looking. Start to work out from the sound itself, where must things like the helicopter absolutely be. Based on the difference of sound from different sources. Where they're pointing. Render's going faster toward the end here. That's good. Less and less on screen. Faith bops all together, does she? Oh, Gilmore does too. Man, oh man. I'm not the interviewing type. I'm here thinking about it though. As I was eating a few grains of rice at the end. It'd be an interesting person to interview, Faith, as well as Ford. She'd present an interesting target for questions, wouldn't she? Done. And here we go. You can see all the drop frames are in Faith's video too. A ton of them. Trying this one again.
Marching.
All right, there you go.
Call it echo in this position. Perfect.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
It looks like it looks like, how's it going? Mic check. When a mic check occurs, people repeat themselves, like repeat one another, right? Listen to Faith and listen to Rebel X. Listen to the two of them. Good God, I might not have to render any more than this.
Marching.
All right, there you go.
Because they're one in front of the other.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Go, 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 go. The car just drove into people. Somebody's really badly injured on the ground. And then the car smashed into other cars and then backed out.
Okay. Looks to me like I've got a pretty much proof and concept going on here. Think I might call this like good for this evening. Because I have a few more clips to source and get found and put in, not to put in place, but at least to get the clips sourced. And now I've got a bare bones cut, which has got all my sources up to here, like perfectly where I want them, i.e. in position. Leaving me with no other option but to look for ways to fill in some of these gaps so that I haven't got too much nothing happening. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 covers this section. Here's why the last video I released, the 4-way concordance, that's why it's the way that it is. See that? That's the area where there's the greatest coverage. So how do we fill out these gaps? How can I get a couple more places to fill in some of the gaps? Now, putting more into this area is lovely. There's one clip that could go in here, and that's the rest of the way up the road. The moments after everything occurs. We'll see the intersection then from literally all angles. So that's a friendly amendment, and I made a note of that tonight. If anyone else has ideas about footage regarding Charlottesville or has links or whatever to provide for that, just leave a comment below and I'll definitely see it. Thanks for watching. My name's James PFP. I'm 101 today. Thank you very much for watching. You know what? The night's not over. The night ain't over. The night's never over. Some are sad. Whoa, let the music play. Yeah. What the people need is a way to make them smile. Ain't so hard to do if you know how. Gotta get a message, better get it on through. Oh, let the music play. Listen to the music. Oh, music. Oh, oh, come and listen to the music all the time. Skip some. Ain't nothing we can do or say. We're feeling good, feeling fine. Oh, let the music play. Oh, oh, listen to the music. Say, boy, come and listen to the music. Listen to the music all the time. The lazy flowing river, flowing classes in the sky. Oh, listen to the music. Say, oh, listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music all the time. They must have composed it on something like this. They had to have. Live for 420. A little bit of the Doobie Brothers to end it off. 101. Woo! Thank you very much, YouTube. James PFP signing up. Subscribe, comment,